Alright, we're live. Let's try to get things set up here. That's so weird. I have no idea how to do this. What's up? We got somebody in the chat, it looks like. If I can figure out how to pull it up, that would be awesome. There we go. What's up, guys? I don't know who's in here. How do I see? Alright. Well, shit. I'm gonna get started. Let me switch views here real quick. useful one. There we go. Okay, so there, let's do this. One of the things I actually really loved about this case was just how light it was. A lot of PC cases. The last one I did was the Fractal Torrent, for example. The thing was heavy, and then after you get all the components in there, it's just, you know, even worse. I got this volume up. Let me turn this down. This is going to be a horrible echo. Still getting the kinks worked out here. It's going to be an interesting learning process, figuring out how to do these live streams. Okay. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way here. Okay. Sorry, I'm one of those clean as you go people. I have to, or else I go crazy. So, yeah, like I said, white on black. So inside is all black. So I wanted to keep everything blacked out, except we got the white cables, the white cooler, and the RAM modules are going to be white. So that kind of is going to accent everything. But this is a sweet little case. I don't even think I messed around with it too much. I think the front panel, if I remember, it just pops off like this. Watch me break it right now. Well, let me take the side panels off first. How about that? So, tempered glass side panel.
Visit ourrecyclesmart.com for tips and tricks. Do your part. Recycle smart.
Usually always like to stick that back in the case between styrofoam so you don't risk breaking it. Okay, so yeah, we got all our connectors right here. Let's see if we can lay this thing down for a second. Lighting's a little better that way.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 85% water, right?
85% water?
Yep. The leading bargain detergent is mostly water.
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
Well, if you're looking for a better clean, Tide Pods are 88% concentrated ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There we go. It's a lag. You'll hear me right now. My brother-in-law just let me know that I've been talking to myself for the last 30 minutes. Cool. Yeah, I did not have OBS set up for this at all. I have it set up for my game streams. I set up everything brand new for this, and that's been fun. Not really. But cool. So I'm glad we missed all of that information in the beginning. What's up, guys? We got 3 people in the chat now. Sound off in the chat. Say hi if you're watching. Let's see. Let's put this here. Yeah, that's funny. Oh my god, man. I was just talking to myself for like... That had to be at least 30 minutes, right? Okay, so we got our fan. Let's get our accessories out of the way here. I just don't want to mess myself up too much. I'm just going to put these off to the side. Okay, let me see. I got this actually from Scythe Fuma. Was it the Fuma? Yeah. I have... let's see. I have some thermal paste from that, which should be pretty decent. I'm sure a lot better than the stuff that was included here. Where did I put that box? Okay, I can find that. So we're gonna do something else. This is again probably way overkill. I believe I got it in. Which drawer was it? Here we go. Okay. Nope, that's not it. Losing track of everything now. I cannot find that thermal paste. Okay, well, we're using what we got here. No big deal. If I see temps are an issue, I'll probably swap it out, but I'm just going to use this for now. This is the included one, so Thermalright TF4 thermal paste. They probably just gave us enough. Let's see. So there's a bunch of methods people argue about all the time on this right here. At the end of the day, you get good coverage. It's probably not a big deal. It's probably way too much, but I'd rather have too much than too little. So, cool. I'm missing something. Oh, I did actually need those 2 little metal brackets, I think. There we go. Yeah.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 85% water, right?
85% water.
Yep. The leading bargain detergent is mostly water.
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
Well,
These don't have any screws in them.
Tide pods are 88% concentrated ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
It's the only one that doesn't have any screws.
If you want a real deal, try
That's kind
Tide
of weird.
Pods.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
So which screws do I use? It's kind of odd. Yeah, I don't see any other screws in there. Am I missing something? Just double check. Yeah, I'm just gonna use some of these, I guess. Sure, they're all the same. Let's actually here. Let's check. I'm gonna check one of these side by side. Nope, this has a different thread. Let's just make sure that this thread's in. I think that's the only difference. Height-wise, I think they're the same. Yeah, going in, no problem. What a weird thing for them not to include. It's like in a different packaging too. LGA 1700 did just come out, so I guess they're late to the party on updating all this stuff. I don't know. Okay, so let's get our little spacers here. And I think these go kind of upside down. Yep, that should be the way. Okay, cool. These actually fit nice and snug. I like that. They actually kind of hold the bracket in place. There we go. Let me just confirm that's the right orientation. I'm sure it is, but yeah, that looks correct. I think Intel generally is a square with their mounting, so I think technically it would line up this way as well, but this is the correct orientation, right? Yep, that would bolt down. All right, cool. Let's go. What's up, bro? How you doing? Like I don't see you every 5 minutes at the house. Okay, cool. I don't believe orientation matters whatsoever here. Can't see why it would. All the writing on this board is already going this direction though, so I'm just going to keep it that direction. I think this is... that's how it goes on. Pretty simple. I actually really like this mounting system here. So we're just going to lightly kind of screw each side. You don't want to do either side too much at first. Kind of get them started. Try to make sure you guys can see, but it's going to be kind of tough. So you don't have to go too crazy with this. It will kind of bottom out, but you want to give kind of even pressure on each one, as close to even as you can. I think we're just about bottomed out, which I have heard of people cracking their motherboards or CPUs by putting too much mounting pressure. I don't think we're gonna have an issue, but how about that? Pretty much ready to go. So we're gonna throw this fan in there. Fantastic, now that we can't hear you. Oh, that we can hear you. I thought you were talking smack. Okay. So with these fans, you know, I like to kind of figure out my orientation of where my cable routing is going to go. So usually I kind of like to route, you know, the cables, boom, right there to the top. That way, I really don't like to have the cables all sprawled out over the motherboard like that. I like to kind of have them here. I can go up usually into, well, you'll see in the motherboard, I can kind of go into one of the cable management areas and reroute them somewhere else, kind of clean up the look a little bit. So we're going to do it that way. Now these are the worst invention ever. A lot of companies use these little, I don't even know what they are, little wire mounts. They are like the worst thing ever invented. Not joking. Okay, so, oh, we want that on the front, looks like. I've only ever used these maybe twice, these type of mounts. I'm gonna get both of them on there. It should be a little easier to do it that way. It's just as you're trying to do this, they're just constantly popping out, and it's a headache. Now I kind of try to line this up, you know, where it doesn't look like it's sticking up way above the rest of the cooler, but you still want it to make full kind of contact with the whole fin array. And see, this is why I hate these things. It's like, it does not want to stay on there. I feel like they're pranking me with this. Or unless this one's just the wrong size. I don't know why I wouldn't want to stay on there. The other side's on. Wow. What a piece of crap. Yeah, this thing actually sucks. They didn't include any extras either. Oh, you know what? I think I see the problem. It's going to be a little bit of a headache. I think this is bent a little bit. Give it a little bend in the right direction. Okay, I guess that's going to have to do. It's supposed to be sitting within that fin, and it's just like the measurement, I think, on this is just a little bit off. Yeah, we're gonna call that good. There we go. Oh, you know what? That sits a little better. The fan was sitting a little bit over to this side. I think that's what it was.
Goodbye, bench press. Adios, squat rack. Fare thee well, kettle.
And I have thermal paste on my finger. That stuff does not like to come off, and it gets everywhere. Alright, cool. How's the lighting right now? Let's see. That was one thing I was a little worried about, the lighting this time of day. Okay, let's get this stuff out of here. Boom.
Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Oops. Not mean for that to happen, but whatever. Cool. Let's put this all in here. Does this guy fit in here? Maybe. Maybe not. We'll just shove it in there. Okay, cool. So we're getting pretty set. I might be shooting myself in the foot. I might be shooting myself in the foot and not wiring these first, but I think we'll be okay. Where's the CPU fan header? I think this one right here. So I can easily just hide it after. I'm gonna figure that out once I mount it in the case. So I'm gonna go ahead and move this over here for the time being. Let's see. The hell do we got going on over here? Oh, I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, so we're gonna get the case going here in just a second, but I like to start off with getting some of the power supply stuff set up, get that into the case before I mount my motherboard, get some of the wires routed. Where's the opening on this? There we go. So it's kind of interesting with this this choice on this power supply. I was actually going to go with the 650 because that's more than enough, but it wasn't too much more for this guy, luckily. The thing is, that motherboard has two EPS connectors, which is your CPU power. It needs two connectors. None of the 650s come with two connectors, so I had to jump up just to get this. It probably would have ran fine with just connecting the one 8-pin, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. For like $8 more, just made sense to kind of step up. Okay, so a couple accessories, mounting hardware, whatnot. Oh, what do we have here? Some cable ties. That's cool. Okay. So I got two choices here. I can just run it all through and build the whole PC and turn everything on and see if it works at that point, or I can do a test boot real quick before anything. Let me know what you guys think. Should I do a test boot real quick, or should I just build it out and hope that everything turns on at the end? Let me know your thoughts. Okay, so these are pretty straightforward. You got one CPU connector, splits off. So this would be your motherboard side. It's going to have two 4-pins. They call it a 4+4. They'll make your 8-pin. So this motherboard has one 8-pin plug and it has one 4-pin plug. So we're going to need two of these. So let's grab our other one here. We will need some VGA connectors. I'm not sure how many this graphics card takes, so I would assume at least two, but you never know. Motherboard connector, main 24-pin power. Do we need SATA? Probably. Let's just assume we do. Probably just one of them will be fine. Okay, I actually have no idea what these connectors are. So funny. Okay. So on power supply, of course, every build is going to need the 24-pin power. So we're going to run that right now. Your power supply side is usually going to be split like this. So it's kind of how you know which side goes where. It's pretty foolproof. There we go. Okay, so there we go. There's our other CPU connector, so let's get those both plugged in. Those are labeled pretty straightforward right here. Let me actually get a little more white light in here real quick. Yeah, that's a little better, I think, right? Okay, so I actually only can do 2 VGA connectors. That's crazy. 750 watts. Well, luckily we're not doing a 3090 in here or anything crazy. I'm just going to connect both. Matter of fact, I almost would just say connect both, just in case whoever buys this down the road, they want to upgrade to a different graphics card to just already be wired up, even if we don't need it right now. I think we do, though. I'm plugging it in the wrong way. Like I said, foolproof. There we go. And then we're going to do our data connection. This is usually for your peripherals, you know, if you got some sort of RGB module or something of that nature, some sort of controller, external controller of some sort, a fan hub, things like that. It's going to provide power to those kind of peripheral things. Okay, so we got our little octopus here, ready to go. Let's see. Oops. All right, I didn't hear from anybody on doing a test boot, so I am just going to do it live. Let's see how it goes. Let's get our case here real quick. Our back panel is going to come off. Okay, just kind of hang that off to the side. One thing I would love is to get a little bigger workstation. Just not in the works right now. So we could talk a little bit about this. This is the back side of the case. It's actually got great cable management. I mean, the amount of room that you have right here is crazy. I had mentioned I built in the Torrent Compact, and that thing had about this much room to manage all those cables. And it's a glass panel on the back, so you can't just squeeze them in there because you probably shatter the glass. So that was fun. I spent a lot of time cable managing that case. I will not be spending that much time on this. Hopefully. Hopefully I won't need to. So ooh, you know what? I just realized we have a little accessory box for the case inside here. Oh, I can take that out from the front. Okay, we're fine. That is something I did when I first kind of messed around with this case. So we should be fine there. Oh, here we go. So usually, I don't know if you can see this, this is the accessories that came with the power supply. Power supply is going to bolt in with 4 screws. Now, you'll usually have extras of these. Well, not always. Not all power supplies include these. It's usually included with your case, but I usually end up with a bunch of extras. Good thing, because I lose a bunch of them and I drop them on the floor. So perfect. Take our little sticker off here.
Wasted food is heartbreaking. Food that doesn't look perfect can still taste delicious. Be creative in the kitchen.
Limpy carrots could become mighty yummy muffins!
Get ideas to use up what you have at lovefoodnotwaste.org.
When you pursue an associate degree for transfer at a California community,
usually I would do this upright, but I'm trying to give a better view. I don't know if it's helping at all, but hopefully. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna kind of just roughly manage these cables where we're gonna want them to go. And we'll kind of go from there. So these guys, I like to kind of keep them a little bit separate. Just makes things a little easier. The smaller cables. Oh. Let's see, a lot of them are kind of already going where we want them to. One thing I like to do is I know I'm almost never gonna mess around with this guy here, right? So I like to kind of route these cables a little bit out of the way, underneath these. Being that they're kind of pre-routed, we just kind of scoop them in. Our SATA we're going to keep out of the way for now. That's like one of the last things I choose to do. And actually, a lot of these are just going to get tucked away from the most part. What I should do is get my extensions ready, because that's going to be a lot of extra cable length that we're going to hide. So, went with the Asiahorse white extensions. From all of the cable extensions I've used, these honestly just feel best. These are the ones I have set up for the EPS. If you notice, I got 4 of them just hanging off. We're not going to use those. So this is going to be our power supply side. I don't know how well you can see that. And then this is going to be to our motherboard. That's going to go at the top right here. So, get this out of the way. I'm going to get my 2 EPS connectors. Another one is right here somewhere. And our motherboard 24 pin is all wrapped up in that. So, okay. Got those kind of separated. And these guys basically, like I said, they're just extensions. So you got the female side here. Or, I don't know, actually, I think they call this the male side. And this the female, in any case. These guys, I want to make sure I do this in the right order. Oh, it doesn't really matter, actually. Okay, so you're going to see a little notch on there. You know which side is going to go on. It's going to have these little connectors. You want to keep them kind of pushed together. They're going to have almost usually a little A lot of them usually have like a little locking mechanism. These ones, interestingly, do not. So you just kind of gotta hold them together. A lot of them do. They have a little, kind of a little nub that holds these two portions together. But just make sure we're on there good. Make sure it's fine. Oh my gosh. I knew something was off. I put these the wrong direction on one of them. Not a big deal. But it just means I gotta flip it around. This is the right connector though. I believe. We'll find that out, I guess, when I put the motherboard in. Pretty sure I got it right. At least on that regard. Just had it flipped around. No big deal. So I don't know aesthetically how much I love this. Since it's 6 cables, I wanted them to kind of stay close together. I just did a four wire comb overlapping on each side. I think it looks okay. They don't make Asiahorse, at least doesn't make a comb that fits this number of wires, so that was my reasoning for that. And you know what? I think we're gonna just connect. Probably shouldn't have even done these extensions. We might want to just do the motherboard right now. I think I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be a little bit too much cabling to sit behind here while I'm putting the motherboard in. So we're gonna go ahead and flip this guy over. Let's see, already a bunch of cables kind of holding this guy up. Hopefully you guys can see okay in there. Should I tilt it up? Well, I guess it is what it is. You guys get the view that you get. Not much I can do about that. There we go. Here we are. So this guy does just pop off the front panel. Just some little, I don't know how well you can see on camera, just these little plastic kind of nubs that latch into the front of the case. So you want to be a little bit careful not to break it, but probably not going to break anything. Now these are for your more classic 3.5-inch drives, your old school hard drives. You can, however, I think just screw in a 2.5-inch if you have like a 2.5-inch SSD or something like that. They got these 4 holes right there that you can just kind of screw that into. So it's pretty straightforward. There's also, I think there was 2 or 3 more areas to mount drives on the back, and then we already have one on the motherboard. I think you can do, let's see. Yeah, it looks like just one more on the motherboard, another M.2. I don't think there's any additional. And now here's our motherboard accessories. The reason I got this out is we need our motherboard screws. I have a huge mess going down below my feet, but it is what it is. Okay, so yeah, I think I actually want to take these cables out of here. I know they like routed them already, but it's kind of pointless because they're in the way. I guess it's like the thought that counts, but oh my gosh. Key thing, I almost forgot this. This is your I/O shield. So this goes on the back of the motherboard. It's gonna go into the case. A lot of the motherboards that I generally have used have built-in I/O shields where you don't have to put this on the case, but it's just something you want to remember if you're using generally like a more budget board. You're gonna need to put this on before you install the motherboard, or you're gonna have some fun taking it all out. Don't ask me how I know that. So orientation obviously is kind of key. You can usually tell, well, the writing on here makes it easy, right? The writing you want, obviously want it to be upright, so this is the direction it's going to go. This thing will cut the hell out of your fingers, so I don't know why they haven't come up with a better system for this. Well, they have, but you have to spend more on your motherboard, so. There we go. Just kind of click it in on all sides, make sure it's sitting flush. Cool. Now we're ready to install our motherboard. So this case actually is kind of cool that it, in that it has like little, instead of a standoff, it has like a little nub that holds the motherboard in place. So let me see. Yeah, it looks like all the I/O is lining up. I don't know how well you can see that on camera, but anyway, this middle one right here has a little nub on it that kind of just makes sure that your motherboard doesn't, you know, move all over the place and stuff. Make sure your stuff's lined up and everything. Okay, cool. So that's all done. Let's get these screws out here. Let's see, how's lighting looking, by the way? Not too bad. I believe I'm going to need 9 of these guys.
Goodbye, bench press. Adios, squat rack. Fare thee well, kettlebell.
Hey, Kellen, need a spot?
No, Jake from State Farm. I'm just saying goodbye to my pricey gym membership.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Got 7 right there. Couple more.
Nice. Hey, can I buy you a protein shake or a granola bar? Or...
For surprisingly great rates, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Okay. I think organization is one of the hardest things in this regard in building a PC. You start getting these little accessories all over the place and yeah, you'll go crazy pretty quick. Oh, 1 and 2. I grabbed way too many screws. No big deal, but just put them back. There we go. Okay, so this obviously isn't a car, so I don't think you need to really, you know, do any sort of star pattern. Some people say you should, but I don't necessarily agree. Is my motherboard sitting on something? Why is it not making contact on this side? Go. I can tell right away this top middle screw is going to be a fun one. Yeah, this will be the fun one right here. Okay, cool. Motherboard is in. It's not going nowhere. I'm liking the look so far. I like the white accents and everything. Probably could have saved myself a hassle by putting the extra fans in here first, but I think we'll be alright. Shouldn't be too bad. Put those in later. Here, let's get this thing back up. Just go ahead and put this in the box real quick. Let's get this guy back on the side. Oh, cool. Not too bad. Come on, buddy. There we go. Okay, cool. So I oriented all this stuff, right? when I try to prep these. But I guess we'll find out right now. Go ahead and just kind of put those in there. That's interesting. Can't tell if these are supposed to be like, cable management, but it doesn't really look like it. I see usually the thing with these kind of more budget cases is you're just not going to have a lot of tie downs for all your cables, you know. You're going to kind of be on your own on that regard. Okay. So what I usually like to do, and I guess it's good that they included these Velcro ties. I like to use these just to like hold everything in place before I start zip tying it. So just kind of go through and get these all out of the way. There is one little cable management loop right here, but it's like completely inaccessible, so we'll see. There we go. I might just leave this Velcro tie on here. Yeah, I like to do it like that just to, I don't know, it just makes my life a little simpler that way. Yeah, that's great. Cool, let's put that under there. Good enough. Okay, cool. So at least I got an idea. Now the nice thing about having that cable management basement down here is you just, whatever you're not using, you just shove it down here. Especially when you're using these type of extensions, right? I mean, I think originally these were actually kind of made so you could, you know, actually extend your cables if they didn't reach, but I feel like it's become so much more of a aesthetic thing this day and age than anything else, so. Let's get another one of these. I think I'm gonna take a little intermission soon and get some food, because I am hungry. Okay, cool. That's kind of up and out of the way for the most part. You do want to be a little bit careful. I'm probably not as careful as I should be, but you do have some, you know, traces, and not traces, but, you know, soldering points and things like that on the motherboard right here. So you just be very careful. I'm kind of just lightly pressing that against that, you know, probably not a big deal. I don't think it's gonna cause any damage, unwanted damage. Okay, so now that we've kind of already got everything out of the way, so let's do our 24 pin. Where's that one? Let's see. Trying to think. I put these on the wrong way. So I'm gonna have to mess around with these, but I think Asiahorse has the best extensions for cheap. There's obviously better extensions out there. Cable mod, mainframe, customs, to name a few, but you're gonna be spending 3-4 times the price. Worth it? Depends. I guess depends how into it you are, how much you care about the aesthetics. Yeah, so maybe I shouldn't have prepped anything. Maybe I should have just done this live because it's making double the work for me now.
Blue Diamond honey roasted almonds are my
And hopefully I don't have to mess with those CPU for 8 pins, because that is not going to be fun. I think I have about 10 of them on there. Let's just get this out of here.
Tara needs a job that keeps her working in sweatpants indefinitely.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. An Indeed resume matches you to jobs based on your preferences, like remote work. Upload your resume to Indeed today.
Yes, I think I'm going to hold off on those combs. I think I'm going to put those on last, because I just want to get this kind of routed through there. See, I kind of want to figure out which grommet I want to go through. I kind of want to go through here. I just think it's going to kind of be going up at an upward angle. I think that just is going to look a little bit better aesthetically. Aesthetically. I think that'll look a little bit cleaner. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And this thing is like the worst to mess around with. I do not think EVGA has the best cables. They're not bad, but they're just like impossible to do anything with, you know? They're just so stuck in their ways, especially the 24 pin. These are not that bad, but God, that thing is annoying. Now might be a good time to check how many connectors we need on this. Let's see what's going on here. I have taken this out before, so no crazy unboxing here. I love the look of the Strix card. Okay, cool. So thought I'd be able to see through the packaging, but okay, yeah, actually we only need one connector, one 8-pin, so I'm going to take the other one out because I just don't want to clog up this whole cable management area. I will include all the cables for the next owner, but I do not want to clog it up right now. I'll mess around with that later. Okay, cool. So okay. You know what? Yeah, that's perfect, actually. I'm going to take this one off. It's the closest, most accessible one, so if new owner ever wanted to put it back on, it would be very easy. No big deal. I'm going to just wrap this back up. Okay. I don't know if I put these on correctly either, but honestly not worried about it at all right now. By the way, just for reference, a lot of these power supplies, they still have these little piggyback connectors, so you'll see one 8-pin and another 8-pin. On a card of this power, if it did have an extra like 6-pin, probably not a big deal. But it is an issue on a lot of the higher end cards, the 3080s and up, I would say, maybe even the 3070 Ti's. They do draw enough power that you really don't want to use that piggyback connector. You would want to run 2 separate cables, ideally. They're only rated for so much power, and those cards draw enough that you will, you know, if you don't have a fire issue, you will have some potentially blue screens, or who knows what else. Now you'll have some issues pop up for sure. When you start drawing enough power, you start running some high power games. Okay, cool. So this one, yeah, I'm trying to think how I want to route this cable. I would love for it to come up here, but I don't have to take up the whole area. This, oh, beautiful. So this case actually has this little like GPU, particular kind of port for the GPU cable, which I think looks the best when you have that to use it. So I'm going to use that. I'm so upset that I missed like the first 30 minutes of my my audio. That sucks, man. Well, okay. Wrap this up real quick. Because I just need to see where these cables are going to go to. I know you guys are going to miss this for a second, but I just have to kind of get this done. I'm going to get these out of the way. They're honestly going to be the last thing I mess around with. So they already kind of plug stuff in, and then it's like cool, but I feel like it just makes my life almost more difficult, you know? Like, I just want it to, I think these are all fan, no, this is front panel. Yeah, see, I just have to like separate everything out anyway, so it doesn't really assist me in any fashion. That one's gonna go through. Let me see, this is our fan. This is also fan, so we're gonna keep all the fan stuff, like I said, we're gonna keep that all separate. It's gonna be the last thing we touch. RGB. Data, I will kind of, I guess, separate that too. Where's like the rest of our front panel? There's gotta be like, this is it? Oh, well, I guess that's it. There we go. Okay. So, show you guys what these are. Just want to locate where they go on the motherboard. HDIOTA is usually way in the corner there. J Audi. Yeah. There's only one grommet or pass through for that guy. And that's all the way over here. They did leave just enough room. I'm not like unhappy about how they decided to do it, but it's just enough room for you to get that through. This one usually is. Oh, this one is actually way up here. So see, this wasn't even routed like close to the right area. Yeah, I'm just gonna figure out how I want to do this. Because this guy's gotta go basically straight through here. I think I want to route it. I'm gonna route it underneath all these, just straight out here. Hopefully that'll make it a little easier to manage at the end of everything. Is that where I want it to be? No. Wrong hole. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to plug everything in. I want to show that on camera, where everything kind of goes. It's just I'm having this one camera angle, obviously, for the build. Doesn't make it the easiest. Yeah, I'd love to get a bigger workstation so I could kind of get my Stream Deck over here, have more space to kind of do everything, but hopefully in time that will all come. So this guy's just gonna go right here. My head's not blocking the camera, right? Yeah, this guy's gonna go right here. This one, generally, I've usually had them on the bottom, interestingly enough, but that's where this one is. We don't have, there's no USB-C on this case. So we had a case with USB-C, generally that's going to be plugged into this connector right here. Then we had our HD audio, that's this little one here, which I don't know why, for the life I can never figure out why they just don't ever wrap these like colorful cables at the end. They just leave them kind of open. This is also keyed, by the way, so there's, I don't know if you can see on camera that well. Probably not. Hell no, you can't. There is one missing connector, and it's blocked off, and there's one missing pin on the motherboard. So you can't really mess this one up either. Same thing with this. This is keyed on there. There's a notch. Most of this stuff, you can't mess it up. It's really straightforward. If I'm brushing along stuff too quickly, that's why, because it's pretty hard to mess it up. Okay, so this is what I was mentioning. There's a little pass-through, particularly for the GPU. I don't know if you can see that there. So that one, the GPU's kind of sit right there, and our cables will just kind of go right into the GPU. So that'll be pretty straightforward. And exactly what I was... Oh, no. I did this correctly, so this is going to be fun. So I'm going to kind of bring some of these homes down just to make them a little more visible. I want these to look as straight as possible. I think... Oh, but what the heck did I do wrong here? Okay, I still screwed it up. So this 4-pin is supposed to go on the other side. I knew I was gonna mess something up. Yeah, next time, I'm not prepping this stuff. Or maybe I'll take more time to prep, but still feel like I'm gonna screw it up prepping this stuff ahead of time. I'd rather just do it on the spot, you know. So not a big deal, but just taking more time up than necessary. I definitely think I'm gonna take a break here shortly, maybe after I finish these up. Eat some food and come back to it. Okay, cool. So that is pretty much taken care of. I'll have to fix it on the other side, of course. But that's why I left myself a bunch of slack, so I could do that. Okay, cool. So I just had to swap these over. The reason I was prepping it, the way I had prepped it, was I wanted these combs obviously to be outwards where you could see the little symbol. But then I had basically mixed this up. I had put that on the side over here. And they're not just like interchangeable. You do have to have them in the correct orientation, obviously. So yeah, that was fun. I had to just do a little bit of extra work, but we're good. Got it taken care of. This is always like the hardest cable to reach. In this case, is actually not too bad about it, but it's just like they really don't make it easy, you know? That is really weird. It just like does not seem like it wants to line up. I'm using my phone as a camera for this stream, so I don't have like a flashlight around. Maybe something I need to invest in, but yeah, I don't have just like a camera around or a flashlight. There we go. Okay, cool. Let me just make sure this is in there snug. It's not coming out. Okay, cool. All right, so just checking out everything. Yes, exactly what I thought. So I'm just gonna, I'll show you guys right after here. But they do have like a little cable management. You probably see somewhat sticking these cables through. So these are the cables for the cooler. So I usually like to do it this way. A lot of times, I don't know if you can see here, but this is our CPU fan header, and this guy is so close, you're just gonna have all this spool of cable sitting out here. So I usually like to just try to put it behind the motherboard tray and then tie it up back there, all the loose. Some people do it around the CPU cooler somewhere, you know, but being that it's white, it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. So I'm gonna do it behind the motherboard tray, tie off the loose cabling, and then I'm gonna bring the CPU PWM header right here, and it looks like I even have DRGB here, but this I might daisy chain this to the rest of the fans. We'll see, for the RGB at least. The PWM, I do like to have a separate channel for that on the CPU. That way you can just have different speeds on everything. Okay, so motherboard 24 pin. I'm just going to bring that right here. This one is usually the hardest to get kind of to stay in there, but once you get it, you're good. Okay, Yeah, this is why I wanted to have these on here before I plugged them in. Actually, matter of fact, I'll probably just take this off, put them on, and then plug it back in. No big deal. Hopefully everybody's liking the stream so far. I haven't had anybody comment, so I'm sure it's mostly my family watching. But if you're not in the house, throw a comment. Let me know who you are. Yeah, that's way easier that way. Okay, cool. Okay. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna try and train these a little bit. It's gonna need some messing around with, but I think they look great on this thing. I'm kind of jealous. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I get the space restrictions on this case, but it's so funny, like how these cables are pretty manageable, so it's not a big deal, but it's so funny how close they put this cable hider. And usually you have a grommet kind of facing outwards, so you know the direction that this cable has to go in is obviously affecting something. And obviously I don't know if you can see this on camera, they put a support bracket, it's like a piece of metal to support this right where the 24 pin goes on pretty much every motherboard. So it's either got to come from the top or the bottom. The cables are always going to go at an angle. I think it's kind of weird. I think they could have done that better, but whatever. I think I have some extra cable combs. I might throw one on here. But I think that is about time. I'm going to take a little break, get some food, get a drink, and then I'll be back on in, let's call it 20 minutes. All right.
A great relationship is like a great cocktail. Both take creativity and imagination. Sip something more daring than Chardonnay together. Omega Altos Plata, 100% agave tequila. It takes two to Altos. Tap the banner or head to omegaaltos.com to find recipes. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Pernod Ricard USA, New York, New York.
Diamond honey roasted almonds are my love language. Sweet, salty, irresistible. But the crunchy and tangy salt and vinegar also give me the feels. The choice is hard with flavors so good. Blue Diamond almonds, super flavor, all on a superfood.
Am I the only one who doesn't have a job yet?
Now that Nishan's graduated, he needs to figure out his next phase in life.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. An Indeed resume gives you suggestions on how to stand out to employers. Upload your resume to Indeed today.
It's so nice out there in the Mexican markets where chilies stretch in the sun, high in the mountain air between backcountry skiers and kids doing the first snowplow, or next to the pool after a long day of forgetting what day it is. We're all here to get out there and come home more us than the us that went away. And when you save on travel as an Expedia member, you can travel even more. It's so nice out there. So let's go. Expedia, made to travel. Terms apply, see site for details.
What's up? We're back. How's it running? Everything's good? Okay, let's do this. There we go. All right. First off, I'm fucking tired. Taking way longer than I expected. But so far it's been fun. I'm enjoying myself. Alright, so just want to mess with the cables a little bit better cable management. Wasn't bad before, but could always be better. Yeah, first of all, these, yeah, this is the correct orientation right there. So, let's see. Those just barely fit right there with the side closed up, so kind of want to bear that in mind when I'm doing this. Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna come around with zip ties towards the end and fix this all up. This is just kind of preliminary stuff. I like to get stuff roughly where I want it to go. Kind of tie these together because I don't want this needlessly behind the motherboard tray. I'm a little hesitant on doing like that. There we go. This is secretly one of my favorite things to do when building PCs. It's kind of a like tedious thing, but it's also kind of my favorite. There's nothing like when you get like clean cable management going. Okay, so I had messed with this earlier. I think it was pretty good, but yeah, that's better. Let's do that like that. Actually, see, this is the goofy thing about the way they oriented this motherboard. If I kind of I think I am just going to shove everything kind of in here. Because frankly, I don't really care looking like the cleanest thing in the world. Of course, I want it to be clean, but it doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, I missed that. These Velcro ties are crazy. Like, they have one side bolted onto the case. I've never seen that before. Not even in like reviews that I've watched and stuff. It's kind of interesting. I guess they don't want them going anywhere. I'm gonna see if I can get a little slack on this. The only problem right now that I'm facing is, well, this mess of cables for one, but I think more importantly is I think I probably should have routed that different. I am going to disconnect this and I'm going to bring that to the top. There we go. That looks much better. Yeah, the trouble I'm having right now is with how wide this 24-pin connector is right here at this point. I can't really get a Velcro tie to go across. So it's not really doing anything for me. I could, of course, tie it down separate, but I think what I want to do is just try to get a little more slack out of this guy. I'm going to lift this up. Let's see if I can do it that way. No, I'm going to go the opposite way. I'm going to give it more slack. That's the way it was looking. Yeah, it's funny, like exactly what I had talked about, where this case, just like the orientation of this cutout is like not good. It doesn't really, I guess you'll see when I lay it down. It just doesn't let you really do it in a aesthetically pleasing way at all. I want to just have this right here before that. I can't imagine how this would look better the other way. Let me try it. I think it would look better, but take me a second to try it out. And I wouldn't say it looks, I don't think it looks that much worse. I might just roll with it like that. No, I don't like it. Sorry, this is just aesthetics. But I'm a little anal about that stuff. You know, I think the PC should look good, right? That's why we have all these, you know, lighting softwares and all this stuff now, is people want their PC to look cool at the end of the day. Okay, so let's tie those up like that. Let's try it like that. That'll be better.
Snack time? Here we go. Blue Diamond's habanero barbecue flavored almonds. So tangy and zesty, and oh, but there's also Blue Diamond's wasabi and soy sauce almonds, bringing that flavor with a kick. Okay, I'm having both. Blue Diamond almonds, super flavor.
I don't know if you guys can see better from this angle. It might be better to just do it like this. There we go.
Father's Day gifts at the best prices.
Can't wait till you get
At least you guys can see what I'm doing.
Prices are amazing.
Dad, at Total Wine and More, you'll always love what you find.
Drink responsibly. B21.
Okay, let's just jumble these together. Yeah, I kind of wish this wasn't bolted in the case like this. That sounds stupid, but I want to have the cables off more to this side. And they're just, I'm really only stuck with, I gotta keep them close right here. When they're kind of looped in the case, you can kind of choose where you want to route them. So I don't really have that choice. Just a little annoying. But whatever. So this was the main problem. This guy right here. Just does not really fit with that cable grommet right there. So we're gonna see if we can make it work a little better this time. There we go. So that's kind of more how I wanted it. These are all gonna go wrapped up in here. I might even just wrap them all under. Yeah, at least that'll hold. There we go. Now we're gonna get to deal with this rat's nest, which will be very fun shortly. Okay, well, I suppose I should just get this one taken care of. This is my CPU fan. I'll show you guys what's going on. So this wire, that might not be the cleanest routing situation. This is my CPU fan header right here. Right next to it is your pump. If you're using like a all-in-one liquid cooler, you would plug it in right next to it. This one has not very much slack on it, so I might just plug that in, and I might just stash the cable back here. And you'll probably never see it. Just make sure I can get it through there. Yeah. Just look a little cleaner. I don't have like, you know, a bunch of cables coming and going. This one is going to come probably going to bring it around this side. I don't know. We'll see. I'll figure that out in a little bit. Might just daisy chain it, so you might not even see that cable again. Okay. Well, most of this stuff is done, except the it's kind of interesting. Okay, this is the, I don't have a lot of front panel. I have the HD audio, USBs. I just have a power button, so that's the only cable that needs to go still to the motherboard. on the motherboard, that's always kind of going to be in the same area, same spot. So I think it's just going to be perfect routing it right here. So that's funny. Most cases, I'm gonna lay it down so you can see. I'll switch my angle real quick. So I don't know if you can see or how well you can see down here. This is going to usually be your front panel. It says JFP on MSI. Now, the one thing which usually on like higher end motherboards, they'll kind of list out, they'll show on the motherboard, they'll silk screen, they call it silk screening. They'll silk, can't say that. They will silk screen that onto the motherboard. It'll tell you what each connector is. This one does not. So I'm just gonna double check the manual real quick. See if they actually show on. This is a quick install guide. I don't know where the manual is. I do not know where I put it. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here. So I don't know if you guys can see. So that is the connector, and it gives you a layout. So the only one that we have is our power switch. We don't even have a power LED, huh? It's interesting. I've never seen a case without at least even a power LED. So we just have an on switch. I'll double check because that's kind of weird. I've never seen that before. And where did we just see that at? Was it right here? So yeah. Now there's a missing pin, so that kind of gives you your orientation of where it's going to go. Your reset switch and your power switch. So your power switch is going to go right next to the no pin. It does not matter the polarization of it. It's just a through and through circuit. So as soon as it trips, so we're just going to put it, you probably can't even see on camera, but we're just going to put it right there on those two pins which are next to the no switch. So if you were looking at the motherboard straight on, it would be the top row, and it would be the very far right two on that top row. So we're just going to do that, get the cable out of the way, and that's pretty much it. I think we're just about ready. I'm just going to do the graphics card at this point, because the rest is going to be... Oh, you know what? Let me do the fans. The fans are going to be kind of important. I want to get those out of the way. So we got 3 fans. They're going to go... I don't know how well you can see right here. There's 2 mounting locations right here at the top, and 1 at the back. It is going to be a little bit of a negative airflow, but it'll be fine. Let's see here. Where did I put those fans? There we go. So yeah, we're just going with, I believe to be the same fans that are used here. I don't think there's any difference. Here we go. Oh, interesting. They put some little pads for the fans, anti-vibration pads. I don't know why they wouldn't just have them on there to begin with. They are a little cheap on the cheaper side, but it's a little disappointing because it's kind of one of those things. I think, well, I guess you get 8 per fan, so you can put them on both sides. If you do decide to flip them around, it's not going to be an issue. Just funny that they wouldn't like manufacture them and just have them on there. It's not like these are necessarily the cheapest fans on the market. They're not bad. 30 some odd bucks. Okay, so included we have our basically our DRGB splitter with their sort of 3-pin proprietary plug. Nothing too crazy there. Each pack of 4 fan screws with these, as I mentioned, these little rubber bumpers, anti-vibration pads, and then of course the fans themselves. They look to be identical.
A great cocktail.
I don't know if I can see
Creativity and imagination.
Anyway,
Sip something more daring
they look
than
identical.
together.
I'm sure they'll look good together. So that was more the reason I went with these than anything. I kind of want to be the same aesthetically.
To find recipes. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2022.
I guess let's get these little anti-vibration pads on. I guess these just kind of stick on here. Again, I've never seen anything like that before, where you just gotta... Even the cheap, I've used plenty of these, like, you know, cheap Chinese Alibaba almost type of fans, and I've never had to do this. So I find that a little weird. I don't know why you wouldn't want them. It would just make more sense to have it pre-installed. I don't know, maybe Phanteks can let me know. I'm putting them on the wrong side, but I think I'm just going to put them on both sides anyway. Just like I said, you know, I'm looking at this from the perspective of the buyer. If they want to, down the road, switch these fans around or whatever, I want them to be able to do that, so... Little extra work goes a long way, hopefully later down the road. This is probably already going to be my least favorite thing to do with all the wiring, and this is not helping. I think I'll safely not be purchasing these fans again just for this. I know it sounds stupid, but I mean, this is just you know, extra tedious work for no reason. By the way, all the parts I'm using, they are listed in the description. They are affiliate links, so I do get some commission off that if you purchase from them. It does help me out. So if you did want to build this yourself, all the links are there. If you just want, you know, 1 or 2 items that you kind of liked, be sure to go check those out. They're all in the links down below. There we go. All that was one fan done. So, yeah, I'm kind of regretting deciding to do both sides, but we're already past that point. Okay, now that I've kind of gotten used to it, it's not too bad. You just kind of gotta, I don't know if you can see, there's like a little extra nub right there, so you gotta kind of make sure it gets around that. You know, otherwise it gets all mingled like that. I'm sure that's not gonna sit right, so yeah, you just kind of get it centered on there a little better. A little bit of adhesive, and it tries to fight you, so like I said, you know, not my favorite thing to be doing right now. That's crazy. Like, this one doesn't want to come off. There we go. Okay, cool. So that's 2. Last one. Get this garbage out of here. It's a mess right now. Streaming and doing all this is a lot more kind of taking a toll than I expected. So hopefully I'll get better at doing multiple things at once when it comes to this. I actually thought we were seeing the end of the road there. I'm probably going to end the stream with just getting it booted, you know, get the lights on. I don't think I'm going to be doing the Windows 10. Actually, in this case, I think I'm going to do Windows 11. Windows 11 is supposed to handle 12th gen a little better, so I think I am going to do Windows 11 on here. I don't think I'm going to do it on the stream. I don't want to have you guys sitting through that. I don't have a Windows 11 tool ready to go, and by that time it'll probably be about, who knows, 11 o'clock here. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be doing that, but I'll probably do that at a later time. Maybe make a separate video about that. It's pretty straightforward, but okay, other side. Yeah, it's fun when you can just like get these fans out of the box and just start putting them on. This is not quite as fun. It's actually one of the reasons too, when we get to this part, this is going to be a headache, and it's one of the reasons I'm a big fan of the Lee & Lee Uni fans. It's what I use in my personal build back here, and they just snap together. There's no daisy chaining. It's just, you know, they have little contact pins that when you snap them together, they make a connection, and you have one cable coming off the whole thing. You don't have to deal with all the wire mess. And it's perfect for a build like that, you know. I think as these companies start to realize how to implement that stuff more and more, it's going to really make the space a lot more user-friendly. Okay, cool. So I got this one in hand. I'm just going to install this one first. I think I'm going to throw this one right on the back, and I don't know, is that in shot? Nope, and I just moved my camera. Hopefully I didn't fuck it up. Okay, so we got our fan screws here. So the fan screws, you can usually tell right away. They're going to be kind of your more coarse thread. That's probably way too close. You're more like coarse thread screw. There you go. Yeah, so they actually kind of cut into the plastic when you're screwing these on. So don't be surprised if you got to use a little bit of extra force. It's not breaking anything. As I was mentioning earlier, I think I am going to run basically 3 exhausts. I'm going to do 2 at the top, 1 at the back. The 2 at the front will be an intake. Going to be a little bit of negative pressure situation, which basically means, you know, the fans will be pulling air from all the little cracks and crevices because you have more fans blowing out than in. It can sometimes be an issue for as far as dust goes, but I don't think we'll have too much of an issue. I think this thing is going to run so cool anyway that we'll have the fans on a very low speed regardless. So yeah, I think I'm going to these cables up. So actually, let's just kind of route them right now. So perfect. So these are going to get screwed from the back. And it's pretty straightforward. I usually like to just get them all started a good, you know, midway. And then you can kind of, in general, you know, a lot of fan mounting locations, you can kind of move the fans, you know, one direction or another. So I like to kind of just leave them loose a little bit. This one has just a little bit of play, maybe a half an inch or a centimeter, yeah, depending on where you're from. So it's not a whole lot of play, but it's you know, just a force of habit. Then once I find where exactly where I want him, I'll tighten him down all the way. You'll probably see it a little bit more on the top 2 fans. I'll put the case upright for that portion when I do that.
A great relationship is like a great cocktail. Both take creativity.
I am loving the way this thing is turning out. I think the black with the white accents looks really good. If this was all white inside on the case, it would be a little bit tougher. You'd probably have to go, I mean, if you really wanted to all be white, usually white motherboards are like just crazy expensive, you know. They're usually not gonna do white or silver on like low-end boards, and it's like a white component tax. You just always got to spend more money at white components on PCs. It's becoming, I think, a little bit more common, you know, and not too, you know, like this case was the same price as the black one, but you know, a lot of times it's harder to find coolers, and you're always gonna have to spend more. So just one of those things. That's what it is, right? Production. They're not making as many of the white ones. You know, the black is gonna still be more prevalent color that they're gonna make. I'm just routing these cables up through the top. I want to try and keep them as out of the way as possible. I don't know how well you can see on stream here. There we go. So those look good. Those I'm going to wire up with these. And so interestingly enough, I'll have to kind of bend these cables down a little bit more. And that is exactly why I like to just Velcro tie everything at first. You'll probably see right now. Let me get this all in frame. So those two cables came out right here. So I still have to tie these down. I'm going to tie that together with this, but this, I don't know how well you can see. I'm going to bring it a little bit more this way. This section right here, I'm going to have a fan right here. And the cables are kind of in the way. So I'm going to have to bring more slack out. Which is why I'm glad that I didn't tie everything off yet. I'm going to loosen that up and make sure that I have that room to play with. Okay, cool. So let me see, where are my little cable management areas? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out which cable management holes I want to use here. I will try to keep these in the correct orientation. So that's going to go that way. I don't have to. I could go like this, right? Yeah, let's do it like that. I think that's a little better. Okay. So this is what I was mentioning earlier about having a little bit of play. So see, because my cables are right there, I actually need to go right to the very end of this. I could, but it's going to kind of rub up against the cables right there. So I'm fine with that. I'm going to leave it like that. Let's set down that fan. Yeah, so see, not everything bolted up. You can see, as you can tell right there, as I said, there's cables, or EPS cables running right there, and that is kind of hindering the fan from going any further back, but I don't think we're going to have a clearance issue. This one is going to kind of go right here, and we'll be able to just see, yeah, that should fit just about perfect. So we actually will probably just bolt up this fan at the same time, and then we'll tighten them all down there. A lot of times you can get away with just running 2 or 3 screws, but I like to just do all 4. Some people just do 2 in a cross pattern and call it a day, but I think we discovered that I'm a little anal about stuff, so yeah, I'm going to do all of them. I don't want to over tighten these, even with those anti-vibration pads. Because you compress them too much, where then you might start to get those vibrations again. So you just want a little bit of compression on those. These are very small pads. So you usually, a lot of fans have much thicker, wider pads on there. These are not anything crazy. The fans, I'm sure, are great. These are just little things I'm pointing out that I'm being nitpicky about. But at the same time, right, if we go with some better fans, it's an easy place to overspend on your PC. If you want aesthetics and all that, go with those high-end fans, but you're going to pay a lot. My first PC, oh man, I ended up going with all Corsair LL120s. Great fans, but at the time, back then, I think I spent probably almost $200 on fans. And was not the best use of my budget for that PC. So yeah, my recommendation is definitely just get some regular old fans. Kind of has like a little Mario vibe to it. Like the old SNES Mario.
Miss Marvel has arrived, and it's the best reviewed Marvel series yet.
What does it feel like?
Like an idea come to life.
The original series is instantly captivating.
I've never seen powers like that.
Yeah, these cutouts on here are just, they don't give you a lot of room.
Marvel Studios, Miss Marvel.
And if you got bigger fingers, this is not the funnest thing, I'm sure. Yeah, like this guy damn near doesn't even fit right there. I might just have to not route that one. I don't know that I have a choice. If it doesn't fit, I could reroute it somewhere else. But now it's like stuck behind the motherboard. There we go. Yeah, that's odd. What an odd way for them to do that. It's cutouts. This is where I like to start getting some zip ties, is these are certain things that you're going to want to start grouping together your cables. So I got 3 cables in here. I know you can't see, but there's 3 cables together all going in the same area, and I kind of want to just zip tie them because one of them is coming from a different fan and I don't want it to hang down where you can see it. So I'm gonna kind of leave it pretty loose on there for now. And yeah, that's the other thing. I don't have really any good place to zip tie it to on the chassis, so I'm just kind of holding it free in the air. I'm gonna kind of pull it a little bit and then just zip tie it off. Okay, cool. Make sure you got some side cutters. It's gonna help a lot. Just snip off that little extra. Okay. The part I am not looking forward to at all. Cable managing all this. Okay, so these guys, what I like to do with the fans is just kind of separate my actual PWM connector, which is just like so. It's got 4 pins. It's got a little, you can see, keyed notch on the top there from your 3-pin. Now they do use their kind of proprietary, I don't know how well you can see on camera there. They have their own special connector, their daisy chain deal that I was mentioning. Kind of concerned just because the cables here are actually kind of short. I don't know if they gave us, I know they gave us, let's see. So they got this deal, which is basically a 3-into-1 for the PWM. So that's great that they have that. But yeah, the fans, the RGB is all this 3-pin. I thought they would have an option. Sometimes they have like an extra. They had their proprietary thing to daisy chain, and then they'll have a standard 3-pin, but you do need like a converter on here. And I know there's one already on the case because they use the same fans, so that is already pre-installed. But yeah, I'm gonna figure out what I gotta use in this case, because this is very short. This is coming off the back fan, the exhaust fan, and there's just not a lot of slack here. So I'm gonna have to run the daisy chain off of all these fans. I will try to go in the correct order here. Not that I think it makes a huge difference, but so we're just gonna snap those together. This is probably gonna have to sit up here like this. We're gonna get the PWM out of the way. This one will probably just leave it as so. I mean, that's our 3 other fans RGB. That's not too bad. But now we just have to kind of figure out where they all connect to. So this is where, this is going to go for our motherboard. And that kind of just popped out. So we're going to loop this down to the bottom of everything, because this one we know just goes straight to the bottom of the case. I don't think it connects to anything else. So that's just going to go straight to the bottom. Might be our controller. Not actually sure. For the RGB, for that little button on the top of the case, that kind of controls all the colors and everything. So these are already all kind of wired up already. So I think they had the front 2 fans kind of connected with their daisy chains right here. And here's the extra cable. And then we have the motherboard DRGB. This will plug right in. So we'll be able to control that from our motherboard. I think you can double up and still control this with... That's actually a great question. I don't know. I think you can control these with either the motherboard or the controller, but I'm not 100% sure. Might be something I'm gonna have to look into. Any case, there's our PWM. That's gonna go right there. Another PWM. PWM is your fan control, by the way. So that will handle your fan speed. So you can set a fan curve, and as your CPU or your GPU warms up, you can have the fan speed up or slow down. I usually do run off the CPU. There's no ideal, no perfect method, but you already have a PWM for your CPU cooler. So some people run off the GPU. But your GPU also usually has, you know, higher end GPUs have like 3 fans on there. They almost never are going to overheat anyway. So, again, this is not going to be any PC that's going to have issues with cooling, I don't think. So, I think we'll be fine either way. Yeah, I think we're going to disconnect this. And then I think we're just going to run this guy here. Hopefully that should go all in the correct order. Now I just want to separate all my PWM cables for the fan, the actual spinning of the fans. I want to separate that all out. And I can start to kind of tie down the RGB stuff. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, I did have this extra cable for the CPU fan. I'm gonna route that down, and I think I am gonna route it off of this. They had this little extra extender for the RGB, so I'm gonna do those together. I think we should be fine. I don't think it's gonna overload the header on the motherboard. It's only 6 fans. I don't think it'll be an issue, but who knows? I might be replacing a motherboard if, or at least using a different header if it's the issue. So there we go. That's gonna run off there. See, they have like these little hooks, but this is not even like a closed loop to route stuff on, so I don't know if I'm just supposed to kind of hook these wires underneath. It's kind of a goofy method. But it doesn't look like a zip tie will stay on there. So, I don't know, it's very odd. That's why I kind of wonder, sometimes I feel like it'd be better just to like, I might just zip tie these onto the motherboard tray right here. I can group all these together. Boom, just like that. Yeah, see, it's usually easier to go kind of inwards, so you can grab the end of these guys. Once I get this all kind of tied down, you'll start to see why this is secretly, it's like a love-hate thing. Kind of my favorite part of the build, but when it doesn't look right, it can be pretty annoying. So they got this. This is gonna do 3 fans at once. What I could do, actually, I think I might, is I could run the 3 exhaust fans on a separate header. And the 2 intake on a separate header, so the intake will kind of ramp up more aggressively. That will help with that negative pressure situation that we're talking about. And these ones, luckily, the order really doesn't matter. I don't know that the order matters necessarily for the other ones either, but where's my last fan header here? There we go. least we're getting close to the GPU install. Oh, what the heck? Oh yeah, okay. So there is actually a tie down right here. They already had something zip tied, so I don't want to snap that one off. I don't think that's necessary. Just do an extra one for these cables. That's fine. I'm not gonna worry about that too much, honestly. It's looking pretty good already. Okay, so I think I am going to do that separately like I mentioned. Where's my SATA power? I'm just going to do this now. So SATA power, usually going to have like 3 connections, sometimes 4, depend. I wish more power supplies would do like 1 or 2. There's no need for this. I don't have any hard drives, but I mean, I guess it's nice that they're there if this person ever wanted to add some like mechanical hard drives or even some 2.5-inch SSDs. But yeah, I just wish there was like an option on a lot of these power supplies to just have 1, you know. So I'm gonna kind of leave that where if they wanted to add in those hard drives, as I mentioned, they can just do that right there. Let's get this out of the way a little bit. I kind of want this tucked out of the way as much as possible. So where you start to see how important this little extra cavity is here to just mash all your extra cables into, especially when you start doing all these RGB fans. And the next build I'm doing is going to be blacked out. There's going to be like no from like a LED strip just to throw some lighting inside so you can see the components still, but it's basically complete blackout. I think it'll look pretty awesome. Okay, so there should be, for the other 2 fans, I should have 2 more. Yeah, there we go. I have 2 more PWM headers, so I can kind of route these out of the way. And It's our other RGB. That's our main motherboard RGB. Where did I just put that PWM? Here we go. Sorry. Going crazy. I don't think I have another splitter though. Didn't come with one, did it? Huh. Maybe in the motherboard accessories. Let's take a look. They should have one. I don't want to use up a ton of headers. I find that crazy that they would, the case itself would not have a splitter for these two PWMs that it came with. I guess they expected you to not use the extra fence in the case and just use like two headers. Might have an extra one sitting around here. Let me see.
A great relationship is like a great cocktail. Both take creativity and imagination. Sip something more daring than Chardonnay together. Omega Altos Plata, 100% agave tequila. It takes two to Altos. Tap the banner or head to
I think I had assumed that there was a
Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2022, imported by Pernod Ricard USA. New York, New York.
A hub on here that would take all of those signals in, split it for me, but I assumed wrong, so interesting. Well, those are some of the little things, but we'll make do. I'm gonna have to run them off of two separate headers, and yeah, it didn't come with anything else. We'll check the drawer. No? Okay, interesting. Well, let's just get this thing on the road. Figure that out later. I am going to run with zip ties down here. Just am not in love with how the others look. This like kind of cover right here, this guy overhanging is just like right in the way. I guess I could try to do it from this side, but it's hard to grab it after. There we go. There we go. Cool. Hey, it's coming along. And my iPad is getting low. Yeah, I have no place to tie down here. I'm just gonna tie up some cables to just clean it up a little bit. Fine like that. A little worried about how that is going to close. Whenever you're running these extensions, there's always the issue with these connectors. They just get in the way of each other. Yeah, side panel should close no problem like that. Okay, perfect. The rat's nest is looking not too bad. Okay, I'm gonna tie everything down. I'm just gonna leave these two PWM out. I don't care if there's a little slack coming off those. They're 2 cables out of a bunch. Being pretty damn well cable managed. I'm okay with that. So, also for this guy. These are all the cables I still gotta plug in. Just gotta separate them all out. So 1, 2, 3. So these are my last 3. I'm gonna separate these. What I like to do here. Oh, you know what? I do gotta plug this in. So I don't wanna go too crazy tying this all down. But But what I like to do is I just like to kind of, as I go, just kind of bunch them up, throw a zip tie on there, bunch them up, throw a zip tie, and I just keep kind of doing that. It is the easiest way for me to do it. Not that everybody's gonna have the same method or whatever, but oh yeah, see, I grouped up. There we go. Almost got everything separate.
Miss Marvel has arrived, and it's the
These
best
I
review
will
Marvel series
stay
yet.
in this clump with.
An idea come to life.
They'll probably be fine.
The original series is instantly captivating.
I've never seen towers like that.
Rolling Stone calls it smart, funny, and compelling, unlike anything in the MCU.
All my dreams are coming true.
Marvel Studios, Miss Marvel.
Kamala, if you save one life, you saved the world.
Cosmic.
Now streaming only on Disney Plus.
You can see why the fans are like my least favorite thing. Okay, so this is where I do probably want to start just looking at where I'm going to plug these in before I tie anything else down. So that's, I think, pretty well taken care of for the time being. I'll come back and I'll just finish everything off. Okay, so now these, and then the GPU, and we'll be good to go. So now we're just going to look around our headers and see where we got everything. So I do have an RGB header down here. Now, very key important thing, I don't know how well you can see that, that is a 3-pin, so that's your 5-volt, which is your addressable or otherwise known as digital RGB. So that allows you to individually kind of change, like for instance the fans will have 4 LEDs on there, they can all change individually at separate times, so you can have those kind of rainbow effects and stuff like that. Most RGB fans, which are 12 volt, they will only emit one color at a time, so you can only have them, they can transition, they can change from blue to red, so on and so forth, but you can't have that kind of spiraling effect, the unicorn vomit, you can't really have that with those. So that is your 3-volt, and the other one is exactly the same connector but with the 4th pin in the middle there. So you can plug that connector onto the 3-pin and it will pretty much fry your LED. So you don't want to do that. You cannot plug this one obviously on 4-pin because it will hit the non-existent pin. Okay, so we're just looking for a good place to route this. I do have the other RGB up here at the top. They're all connected to this one. I'll just go with that one. So that's easy enough. I think I'll just kind of route that through now. Oh, I'm going to put this back so I don't lose it. Let me change my camera angle so you guys can see better. There we go. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I got my RGB header right there. This one is labeled J Rainbow 1. When you log into your MSI software, it'll let you just individually adjust this channel. I am putting everything on the same channel. Come on. There we go. Cool. I don't like how that's necessarily hanging out. I might route this to the top here. Just so it's kind of held up a little bit more out of the way, so to speak. Header, sorry. There we go. Very similar, it doesn't really look much different at all. But that's okay. Okay, so how many fan headers do we have here? I got 2 down here. And I think I got 3 right here. So system fan 1 and system fan 2. Ideally, I would want to run the front 2 fans off those, just so I can remember more easily. The system fan 3 is all the way down here. And the only problem is, I don't think our exhaust fans are going to reach all that way. They might, actually. It's going to be a little bit of a stretch, but they might. Let's see. There we go. I'll probably zip tie this to the HD audio. That will probably help a little bit with keeping that HD audio cable as out of the way as possible. Perfect. I'm actually just going to throw the zip tie here on the back. I know you guys can't see, but sorry. It is what it is. Can't wait to see the end result. I wish I could connect these headphones to my iPad and get these chat notifications. I gotta figure out how to do that. I've used a lot more Twitch, so I'm more familiar with that platform, but I need to get that figured out for sure. For sure. There we go. Okay. Oh, dang it. Yeah, no. I gotta route this a different way, because it's gonna drive me crazy. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm actually really hyped for the end result on this. I've been waiting to build this PC for like 3 weeks, so. Oh, you know what? No, I'm not routing anything else down here, I don't think. Before I tighten that way down, let me route everything else. Okay, I think there was just 2 more that I was going to run. Where are they? Here we go. Now, if only I can remember which one's which. If I had to guess, pretty sure this is number 1. So where's System Fan 1? That was up here at the top. Okay, cool. So that is going to go straight up. I think I'm going to route these all the same little grommet here. It's just so crazy that they did not include another splitter, but that's fine. So now I got 1 fan running on CPU, another one running on System Fan 1, System Fan 2, and then all these are on System Fan 3. It's truly not a big deal, but it's I've just never done it this way, but it'll be fine. It'll allow for more control, not that you would ever want to control the front 2 separately of each other, but I don't know, maybe the top one go off CPU speed, directed right at the cooler, bottom one GPU, off a GPU temps, I mean, not speed. I don't know. Not a bad idea, actually. I might have to do that. Again, not that this thing is ever going to have an issue with overheating. Just, there's so many fans in here, and the parts are not, you know, necessarily parts that I would call, you know, high power, you know? Not in a bad way. The 3060 is a beast of a card. The 12400 is a great CPU. It's just they're not going to use a ton of power, so they won't overheat too much. But in any case, I'll still probably do that. Okay, so those are all wired. So I am gonna probably re-zip tie everything back here just because it looks so good already. So I might as well just finish it off the right way. You know? Shout out to everybody that's still here with me. All four of you. Hopefully we'll get some more people on the next stream. Okay. So I'm just gonna show you guys what I'm doing again here real quick. So I'm just wiring things up in an aesthetically pleasing way for my own self. I should have zip tied that on there. Like I said, if you want to use some SSDs later on down the road, have those pretty much already ready to go. Probably just zip tie it on here, hold it in place. Actually, no, because I think these are gonna hit they might hit the back panel, so yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that. I'm gonna tuck these. That's why sometimes it's nice to have these little twisties left over for these type of cables that have these little daisy chains on them. I like to do that. I like to just wrap them up. You know, then if you have to go back in here and mess with these, you just untwist it. You can always twist it back up. It's not a big deal. No big deal. The amount of cable management on this case, though, is just shockingly good. For the price, right? I mean, I just built in that Torrent Compact, and that's like a near $200 case, depending on which spec you get. And there's no cable management. It was kind of infuriating to build in. Luckily, zip ties are cheap. You just pop them on, and you don't like the way it looks, just put a new one. I'm probably jumping the gun doing all this, but maybe should have booted everything up, but pretty confident we got everything. It's kind of like a gamble, you know. Did I really connect everything the right way? I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah, those are not going to fit together. Now, when you start to get to this part is where it gets really fun, because you just have so many cables, and then all these connectors start stacking on top of each other. You're not really going to get too much cleanness at this point. You just kind of roll with it, you know? I wish there was another tie down right here somewhere, but that's okay. We are at 11 o'clock, so I was pretty accurate on my estimate. So I'm definitely not doing a Windows install tonight. I'm gonna have to try to start this next time. I wanted to do this midday, so the stream will be up for a while. People will be able to go back and watch it later, but yeah, next time I do one of these, I've learned a lot on this one, so I think make it a better viewing experience. And again, you start getting into this bottom portion, and it doesn't even really matter what you do with the cable management at this point. It looks pretty damn good, in my opinion, as is. But like I said, zip ties are cheap, so it doesn't hurt to try and get a little bit better look with a couple more zip ties. Just keep it a little bit cleaner, you know? Like, I don't think I'm gonna get this Velcro strap down. I mean, just barely, but it's really pushing it. Make sure everything looks good on this end. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that. So this is pretty much the end of the road. We're gonna put the GPU in. Try to clean up a little bit. Ton of trash I'm gonna clean up tomorrow. This is not happening tonight.
In a world where aliens hunt down humans, two commandos must hide to survive. Without their own
In a world think we can tuck these back here. Oh.
Quiet, they'll hear us.
No, I can't. You stink.
I told you I forgot my old
I mean, that's why we go through the extra effort right there. Look at that. Okay. So GPU. Now this is a, I don't know, I haven't really used this too much, but they got this deal. I don't know what the point of it is. There's plenty of cases that do this fine without this extra piece right here. I don't even know if I'm supposed to take it off. Kind of feels like I should. Should be taking the second and third one. I don't know that I can see. Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Usually GPU is going to start at the second slot. I think maybe, I haven't built with an ITX board before, but I think maybe with an ITX board you would go to the first slot. But most ITX boards, at least the real enthusiast style, you know, sandwich style cases, they're going to have riser cables anyway, and you're not going to have to worry about that. You're going to have dedicated PCIe slots. So now I'm kind of wondering. I've never understood that either, the people that build an ITX in an ATX case. Took that out already. All right. I'm gonna lay the case down for this. Okay. Now the one thing on, especially ASUS, they have pretty much peels on every part of the board. So these little hubs on the fans, and they're never like the easiest thing to get started. I think ASUS is probably the worst about it. My EVGA card had like 2 peels on it. But maybe Strix is more so than anything else, especially with all these little brushed aluminum accents, and I think all of these have it, yeah, so hopefully this is, yeah, it looks like maybe 3 of these. Oh, come on, ASUS. It's like screwed. There's a screw like holding it on. How am I supposed to get a good peel, man? Come on. Oh my gosh, this is super tedious. Like, look at these screws, they just like hold it in place. And you leave like a little, I'm not gonna unscrew them, but you leave like a little piece of plastic on there. Can't really get it off. This is crazy. They have a little tiny one right there. I don't know if you can see that. I could barely get that one started. I still got these two. And then the whole backside. And the PCIe brackets, so that's crazy. I mean, I guess it's good. They want your stuff to look good. I mean, this is an expensive card. You kind of see where your money went in the quality of materials that they used. I mean, this has all the ROG kind of futuristic styling on it. There we go. That one came off pretty clean. Okay, not bad. Now, I do like to leave these on, especially if I'm going to be shipping these out. I don't want any chance of these ports getting damaged in shipping, but what the heck? ASUS is trying to ruin these beautiful peels, wrapping it behind the RTX logo. Man, look how good this thing looks though. Not gonna lie. Okay, so when you're installing the graphics card, make sure this slot is open. It's gonna slide into those two PCIe brackets. Sometimes, you know, you have 3 slot cards, it'll slide into those 3. I would say 99% of the time, it's going to be 2 brackets, a 2 slot. There we go. You don't want to just jam it in there. You want to make sure to get that PCIe slot lined up pretty well. Now, this is what I was talking about, the little nubbins that these kind of lock up. I was talking about that way earlier on stream, so I doubt anybody remembers or recalls. Oh, of course. ASUS. I had a feeling. I think they... I'm not crazy. They put their brackets upside down. At least in my book, I would say it's upside down. The EVGA card and most of the other cards I think I see are... Their power slot is the other way around. Again, never prepping these ahead of time. Learn my lesson. After you take off and put on these combs so many times, you never want to do it again. Especially with wire cables, you really don't want to handle these more than you need to, because these are pretty good. They're like, you know, nylon. They're not paracord or anything. Not even nylon. There's some sort of plastic, but they're white. You get them dirty, you know, over handling them.
And when you save on travel as an Expedia member, you can travel even more. It's so nice out there. So let's go. Expedia, made to travel. Terms apply. See site for details.
Ah, that's so frustrating. Yeah, don't do what I just did. Bolt down your PCIe bracket before you do all that. This card just started moving around on me like crazy. Cannot wait to get this done, see how it looks when it's all booted up. I'm gonna throw one more comb on there. I think I have some more. Okay. Okay. Want to get my display going just so I can see if we get a post. So just give me a second for that. Wait, what? What happened to my other screw? Oh. Oh, thank God I found it. Okay. Get everything out of the way. I have to go through all this stuff and make sure any accessories I want to keep with the computer are there. Okay, not too bad. How long have we been streaming for, though? Way too long. It's 11:30. It's been like 4 hours. With a little 20-minute break. Too long. We'll make sure we get this on cam. Let's go. You guys can see that okay? I'll bring it over a little bit. How about like that? That's not bad, right? Damn, I'm loving the way this thing looks. We're almost ready for a post. So, switch on our power supply. Not gonna hook up mouse or keyboard or anything at this time. Here, I'll tell you what, let's bring this around my side. You guys don't care to see if it posts. I just need to see if it does. I think if anything, you want to see the PC. I thought I could reach my desk, but nope. Okay, let's see if we got lucky. Did I turn off the power supply? Let's try that again. Oh, we have lights. All the lights are on. All the fans are spinning. This one took a second. Okay, well, CPU or memory change, please enter setup to configure your system. I guess I am gonna have to plug in my keyboard. Let's see. So it's doing some memory training right now, which is a good sign. I'm happy. I mean, look how good this thing looks. I don't know if you guys can see it all on camera. I'm trying to get the whole thing. Boom. I don't know if you can see, but we're in the BIOS. So now we'll just take a look. Make sure everything's recognized. E660A. We have our 12400F. Memory size 16,384 megabytes. So that's our 16 gigabytes. Looks good. I wish this was touchscreen. I'd be messing around with it already. No, it's not. Cool.
It's so nice out there in the Mexican markets where chilies stretch in the sun, high in the mountain air between backcountry skiers and kids doing the first snowplow.
It's
Or
done.
next to the pool after a long day.
I'm
of
tired.
forgetting what day it is. We're all here to get out there and come home more us than us that went away. And when you say
But it
you
looks
travel as
good.
an Expedia member, you can travel even more. It's so
Let me
nice
know,
out
especially if you've seen this after the live stream. Let me know some
Terms apply.
themes that you would like to see
Phanteks.
on this thing. I think all white is going to look great, you know, with the lighting, but I don't know. The unicorn vomit looks pretty good too. So yeah, let me know your thoughts. Please subscribe. Even if you're watching this after the fact, obviously there's like 4 people watching, so you're probably not watching it live. But a like, a subscribe will hugely help. And stay tuned. I'm going to try to do this as often as I'm building PCs. So hopefully we can do it every week, but we'll ramp up to that. So yeah, stay tuned for more. Let me know what else you guys would like to see. And I'm calling it.